Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everything is okay on the volumes and everything. I am a little underprepared today. I was kind of rushing to get everything done just like 5 minutes before like the stream actually started. I sort of came out of the shower from my exercise, so sorry if stuff is a little a little janky to the start of this, but it should be okay. Just give me a moment. Try to figure out where to put all my windows, because it's always an interesting question when I try to do any form of data pack making on stream, and there's just way too little screen space. But this should be okay. Alright, those are on. That should be good. Alright. How's my day? Were you good? Thank you very much. Busy day, but good one. Has my finger healed? It's... I don't know how much you can see of this, but there's a scar. It's kind of the darker red part of this. But there's skin at least. I'm happy with that. That's good enough for me. We play a playtest later, depending on if we get done enough. Maybe you shouldn't have attempted to amputate it. Oh, so that's what the problem was. Okay. Oh, I do not have good enough view on this. Hold up.
Really enjoy the streams. Glad you're on the mend.
Hey, thank you so much. If I get my windows in order, I might even be able to see who that was. There we go. I guess that would be pronounced Lopez. Tier 1 sub for 2 months. Thank you so much. How do I not recognize your name if you're 2 months? Bad of me. Bad lime. Hello, Lead. Let's see. Euroneptus, thank you for the follow during the intro. Thank you, Onion Dude. I play tons in Oka Sour as well. Thank you, Octogen, for 7 months. Thank you. Okay, so before we decide to get into the meat of this, let me tell you what the sort of idea is. So I was in the Clash of the Creators on Friday, and as you know, that was about like getting as many mob kills as you could, different mob kills, and getting them first. And so a while later, and I know people have been saying like you should put mobs in Chosen, and I really don't want to do that because it's not really what that game's about. But then one thing struck me is like, what if you took Chosen and you instead of like sacrificing mobs, and instead of having it the day cycle, you just make it instant. You make a request after request after request, and the first one to get it gets a point. So basically, this is going to be a game of callouts, and it's going to be a randomly selected mob, and then the first player to get that mob will get a point, or however we do the scoring. And then likely there will be some stages. So like in the beginning you can get cod and chicken and pig and zombie and whatever, but you won't get wither skeleton the first thing, right? But as time goes, maybe that's maybe you escalate a little bit. So first there's like the basic mobs, and then maybe you start getting like witch and enderman and some of the nether mobs, and then maybe you start getting specific mobs and like pillagers and
player named slicedlime.
Sliceed. Yes. Anyway, then like finally you just unlock everything. I think skeleton horses can go somewhere else. I really don't like those. There are a bunch of they've added skeleton horses to a bunch of the things in the advancement pack for for that we run on Legacy, and they've considered them hostile mobs, which is completely wrong. And so there's a ton of advancements on Legacy that I don't have because I haven't been able to find a skeleton horse. It's like, what? Alright. No White Tree. Thank you for the follow. Killer Bunny. Well, let's stick with mobs that, you know, actually exist in the game. So the hybrid between Chosen and Clash of the Creators. Well, not really, but it has elements of both. But I don't think, like, it's not really a hybrid of them. It will be quite different. Hey, you got your name right. Nice. Green Axolotl. Well, I don't think I want to do variants. That's the thing the Clash of Creator did variants, which is kind of arbitrary in my view. Right, where do I have my... Oh god. Windows. I need to find a better setup here. Hold on a second. Just minimize my stream view a little bit so that I can, you know, actually switch scenes. I think I have keybinds for this, but what did I just do? Okay, that might work. Let's see this. Yeah. Cool. This is all that exists this far. Is this that's decently visible, isn't it? So like, I mean, yeah, maybe it's already starting to get into like a tricky design question. That is like, is Fletcher, or even zombified Fletcher, is way more interesting than Villager. You know, it's more complex. But then the question is, do I want to get into that? I don't think so. I think I'd rather just go with Villager, just for simplicity. Baby zombie villager on a chicken. Well, maybe not that far. Maybe let's not go that far. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set up a game loop that's just running, and then we'll make like intros and stuff like that, like lobby or whatever. We'll do that later. Hey, Jazz! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I did not know you streamed. Nice. Things like Jeb Sheep would be an interesting challenge too, though. Yeah, I mean, yes. There are a bunch of those things that are interesting challenges. I 100% agree with it. The thing is, when you leave that realm of just like mob type, it just becomes like completely arbitrary in my mind. It's like Clash of the Creators had all of the different sheep types, but not the different tropical fish types. And like, why? This is like, it's so random when you start doing that. So I don't think I want to do that, but you know, maybe that turns out to be a really great thing when we start, you know, actually playtesting. So I'm just setting up I guess you can see it up here. No, you can't because it's off screen for you, but I'm setting up like a text tag just to get us started. Likewise, just creating a bunch of folders and stuff, so take a second. Let me just bootstrap it with something. Hey, Blood Knights. The tropical fish types would seem more legit than the colors. Yeah, I mean, yes. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe once you get far enough, we switch the game to, you know, just become more granular, I guess. So at the very beginning, you would get like villager, and then at the end you would get Fletcher, or maybe even jungle Fletcher, or you know, because that could be really cool. How to ask for a ban. Alright, what do we call this thing? This is called Mob Dash. It's called MD. Nah, Mob. Let's do it. Well, I called it, yeah, Mob Dash. Colon. Tick. That's nice. Hello, Oscar. How's it going? Okay, so now we should have the hierarchy here. So let me just new file, tick.mc function. Okay. Biome thing is too rough. Yeah, I mean, so one of the things I want to avoid that happened really very clearly in Clash of the Creators was the game was extremely front-loaded. Since you got equally many points for like a kill just in the early game as a kill in the late game, basically what happened was the people who just happened to spawn with the most variety of mobs in their world right next to them, or like, you know, ran the right direction to accidentally find a bunch of things, had a huge advantage. And it's you know, I'm not complaining about it. It was a super fun event, and it didn't really matter. Like we were all like just playing with the randomness, and you're okay with it. But I don't want to. I want to try to avoid that in my design, because I see it as a flaw in a repeatable minigame. So that kind of speaks against the kind of doing more and more complex types. Oh, this is a kind of nice little sunsetty. Here, let's unmode. There. Sunset forever. It doesn't really matter as much for this game, if you ask me. For the advancement pack, you obviously immediately notice it, but since you only show one mob type at a time, one mob type at once in this case, it's less noticeable, and the goal is still very clear. Well, so the thing I want to avoid is you start the game, you get like chicken, bam, killed. Cod, bam, killed. Pig, bam, killed. Zombie, bam, kid. And so once you've done that a bunch, and then we start getting more difficult, and maybe like one team is just like unlucky there, at the end is like jungle butcher, right? That's gonna take forever. So you get jungle butcher, and then 25 minutes later somebody completes it, whereas the first ones were like seconds in between them. And that's what I mean. That kill then becomes so much less valuable. And then it's like someone 5 hours to find cows. Well, I mean, if you don't find cows, well, then somebody else will find cows. So it doesn't, you know, doesn't matter that much. But what I want to avoid, I want to try to balance it out so that still late game kills are kind of valued the same. Thank you. The more specific the request, the harder it gets. Yes, of course. But also, the harder mobs you get, the harder it gets, obviously. So, like, one thing we could do, we'll experiment later. We'll experiment with the pull this setup. I should make a load function too. But what I mean is, can I? Yeah, look. Once we have this up and running, and we have the sort of segments of mobs, what we can do is we can experiment with having different scoring. So saying that like late game kills are twice as valuable. Or like if we have like 4 different groups, then maybe the later ones are just a lot more valuable. First mob is 1 point, 10th is 10, so well, I don't think it's when in the sequence. Points based on mob health points. It's not really. It's not related as much to health points. Well, that tells you something about how hard it is to kill. But generally, I think that's going to be less important than how hard it is to find. I see another spreadsheet stream in the future. Ah, maybe. This is shaders. This is a BSL shader set. Okay. What in the... Okay. Alright, so when we load this, we definitely want a few like scoreboards and stuff to keep track of things, so add. Also, I'm making this in actually that means oh, I need how did you do this?
Yay.
There's like here. Extension settings 116, and then there was like a hidden setting somewhere that I don't remember where it was. Maybe this is fine. Well, let's say that was good enough for now. So I want 116 syntax. Just want to be able to complete this like not in snapshots. Set the game to Microsoft Excel. Okay, so we need a scoreboard. Maybe these ones will shorten to BD, just to not have to use MD. Not have to type out the mob dash every time. So mob dash state maybe. There. I should do that. How to make VS Code semi-transparent. I can't even remember the full setup. It's a color match filter with then the backdrop is like the darkened backdrop is a separate thing. The extension you're using has autocomplete. What would I have autocompleted? Like, you wouldn't have autocompleted a name, and that was basically it. This is a data pack. Or... I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Define. I think the bounty per mob should be bound to the number of tags. Oh, you mean the okay, so the more specific you make it. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, that's one aspect, but I think like there's a base cost to some things that are just more hard, right? A Vindicator is just going to be a lot harder than a zombie. It's going to have to be worth more things. Oh, you mean that's also partially because of the limit on names. I don't want mob dash to take up space in the scoreboard name. So like I'm not saying that that's not a valid scoring. That when you add a piece of specificity to it, then you would like double or triple the reward or something. But I think the base cost has to also differ. Lay Media, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is a data pick. Or will be. It technically is, but it does nothing yet. Alright. So we have MD state. So every tick I should do this again. Adding 0 to a scoreboard is just a way to make sure that it like actually exists. It will always have a score then. Define Dottie, thank you for the follow, and Dog is Pog, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the follow with your alt account, I suspect. So we do reload here. Data pack list. So we have mob dash. And then I should be able to do scoreboard objectives, set display, sidebar, MD state. Yeah. So now we have that in the sidebar. It's right behind chat. That might be okay for now. Should I move it up? I feel like I've done this before. But it's like... Maybe we should have like an exclamation point finger. Just like we have accident. It wasn't actually a knife though. It was a mandolin. Still a blade, but not a knife. Okay. So I think the next thing to do is to notice that we don't have... Oh, you know what we should do? This runs every tick. I should do like function mob dash colon tick game or something. That was not... Yeah, okay. So you just delegate it to another function right away. Actually, I could do this. Tick game. And then we do everything in here. And that makes it easier to later down the line reuse, like just make the intro or lobby or whatever you want to call it here. We need a Wikipedia article, slicedlime accident disambiguation. Yikes. Have a good one, monkey. Alright, so tick just does tick game for now. Later it will do some delegating depending on what the state of the game is. So in tick game we do this to make sure that we have a state, and now we can execute off of the score and the state. So
yay.
Execute if score. Wait, what? Why did it autocomplete scoreboard? Thank you for the follow, SLCVTT. I have no idea if that's supposed to actually be read out somehow, but sorry if so. State MD state matches 0. So if it is exactly 0, okay. That's the wrong type of mandolin. You want to look for a kitchen mandolin. Which is basically, it's a device meant for slicing things, fruit, and like get thin slices of things, and it's like a board with a knife mounted on it and a handle that you like use to pull the fruit or whatever you're slicing back and forth. So the blade is fixed, but the thing moves instead of moving the blade. It's not dangerous as long as you don't jam your finger in it instead of, you know, jamming the potato in it, which is what I should have done. Anyway, so we will make a new function that is a new target. It's clearly excellent at slicing fruit. Apparently. Okay. So now... actually, this doesn't need to be here. That could be in load. Not that load. This load. Okay. Please actually copy the thing. Okay, so we're gonna add 0 to state. I'm gonna add another thing called level, maybe, to keep track of like what level we're on. Yeah, I know. The slicedlime was a thing that I did that at work for a day or two. I guess it's patched up slicedlime. Can you slice limes in it? Well, I don't know. I haven't tried, but you could definitely slice a sliced lime in it. Not recommended, though. Okay, so select a new target in the display. So I don't really know how to represent these targets. It's a problem. I don't think that there's any way that we could like save a data and then compare it to the data of the thing that has just died. If we can do that in an advancement, maybe. Bye bye SLC. Scoreboard ID, yeah, but like if I just do, well, a scoreboard ID, I'm still gonna you know, manually have to type out the comparisons. It would be fantastic if I could just, I mean, presume, I guess I could give, no, I don't, no, I'm gonna have to do this manually, I think, but that's okay. Okay, we need to randomize a number. Hello, what? Do you know why the Vanilla Tweaks multiplayer sleep data pack wouldn't work? Potentially if you haven't upgraded it since when the dimension changes came in, I guess. But it's not my pack, I wouldn't know. Okay, so basically, let's just do like, well, so first is figure out how many choices there are in level X for whatever X we are, and then I guess randomize a number between 1 and X, or rather 0 and X minus 1. Strictly speaking, randomize a number in that range. And then display name of target. That's basically the gist of it. Now, If I have a random number in the scoreboard, I can't. Hey, Jock. Yep, new minigame. If I have a number in the scoreboard, I can't select a value of that, an array index of that number in a data. I don't think. Not easily. So potentially, the easiest thing, well, actually the easiest thing to do would be to unload, create a whole bunch of entities that just hold the data. I would like to avoid that if I can, because just like, wait, yeah, no, I just dislike entities with also data, but I don't know that it's avoidable in this case. Execute unless entity type area effect cloud tag equals dash target. So if there's no area effect cloud with a target tag, then run I guess create targets. You can use targets, but that may be more tedious to implement. I mean, yes, it's definitely possible to use storage. I don't think I prefer it. Not to that degree. Target data. Oh, data pack. Thank you for trying, though. We're just gonna summon all these area effect clouds wherever we are. That would be world spawn. Maybe we put them at the bottom of the world in world spawn or something, just to get them out of the way. What do I need? A very large number. Tags, target, and MD. Wait, these have to be strings. MD level 1, I guess. Is that? That's a lowercase L. That's a very strange font. Okay, and now custom name. How do I identify this? I guess I could add a tag that's just MD zombie or something. Man, I hate doing that. How do you create a texture pack? How do you change textures? Well, I mean, what are you asking? How to draw or how to set it up? Like, it's just a file. The tricky things with making texture packs is just being artistically good enough to make something you like in form of textures. Okay, so what I could do is we could have a scoreboard for these, and we just serialism. This is exactly what Chosen does. I would love to avoid it if I could, but yeah, whatever. Scoreboard, objectives, add, empty, target, dummy, dash target ID. So, then we add a tag called MD init, and then we do scoreboard. Then we do something in it like this: function mob dash target. And on load, we also going to do one. No, maybe that's okay. It is VS Code, yeah. Init target. See function. Okay, initialize a target. Okay, give it an ID. So, scoreboard players add. So we add one to the next target. That gives the first one a target of 1. Is that good? Maybe that's good. It's kind of nice if 0 is not a target. But it also means that next is kind of current, but we call it max, maybe. Now, scoreboard players operation e tag type equals area effect cloud tag equals MD init. I really wish I could properly set that as the default so it's word wrapped, but okay. That equals wait, no, MD target equals max MD target. There we go. Okay. Well, it shouldn't be needed. Why bother with wait time if the duration already gives about 4 years of playtime? Yeah, I mean, I generally do not care about that. Like, if somebody plays my game for that long without resetting, then well, good on you. File a bug report and then reboot. start in a new world. So this gives a unique ID to every target. It means that the thing that I just created now got a number assigned to it, which is great. Or is it actually? Because I'm gonna have to match the numbers later, so why do I even care? How did I end up doing this for epic weapons? Because I know I had the same problem with epic weapons, where I was trying to...
My AEC lasts longer. Lime_smirk.
Oh, okay. See you, Brian Arrow. There'll be a state that keeps track of the current target ID. Yeah, of course. But that could have just as well been a data that contained, you know, a tag name or whatever. Okay, we'll go with the numbers. It's fine. The last thing we need to do is we need to do tag at e, well, this whole thing. Remove MD in it. So that removes the tag, makes the whole thing like done basically. Lurking for story time. Okay, so now we basically repeat this for everything. So this one means we made a zombie, that will be 1. I mean, actually, the other thing we could do is hijack a field in here and use it for the ID. There's actually, that would actually kind of be nice. But then we would have to dig it out every time we want to use it, but maybe we won't, because it's easier to do it in a scoreboard, but or maybe we init it that way. Actually, that's really nice. What is a good integer we could just hijack? An attribute amount? Yeah, it could be. Or just a color would work too, actually. The color is never going to change by its own, right? So we make that color 1. And then I don't have to have these, I'll just need 1 in it at the very end of it. And we don't need the MD in it anymore either. So this like simplifies it entirely. So instead of doing this, well, actually, yeah, we'll keep that. So this will just assign it to 1. No, actually, that's not needed anymore at all. Nice. So this will just be one really long line now. Execute as e type equals area effect cloud, tag equals MD target, run, no. Why does it not store result score at S MD target run data get entity at S
Yay.
color? That's what it all boiled down to. What's the game about? Let me run you by that real quick, because a bunch of people have joined since the start of this. So basically, this is kind of a. You're right. I don't really need it. I just take that and throw it in here. That was nice. Delete that. So. In Chosen, you're asked to come with items and put them on an altar, and you're asked to do it once per day. In Mob Hunt, you're asked to collect mobs as much as possible. You kind of take those and blend them together, and then speed it up to 11. You get a game that just asks all the players for a target type of mob. Go kill a zombie. First player who does it gets a point. Go kill a chicken. First player who does it gets a point. That's basically the loop. We start by that, and then the thought right now is we'll split all the mobs into like categories, maybe 3 or 4 categories, where the earlier ones are easier but also worth less. And the later ones are harder to find or kill or both, and are worth more points per kill. And then to figure out if the range extends or switches. So when we progress the game to level 2, does that allow you to get both level 1 and 2 mobs, or does it only allow you to get level 2 mobs? I'm kind of leaning towards the first, but I'm not sure. So zombie, skeleton, inspired by Clash of the Creators? Partially, yes. But going to be quite different, I think, in how it plays. But like that experience was part of what sort of I was thinking about it, and part like how people keep telling me I should put mob sacrifices in Chosen. creeper, I guess. So I want to keep the amount of like hostiles to a minimum, or a low count for the first ones. Bloodthirst pack, I bet Leon's loving it. Nice, yeah. Okay. Roki player, thank you for the follow. What else? Spider, I guess, is common enough that it could be in here. That seems fair. So we have those. Then we have all of the common passive mob types. So cow. Wither. Ah, yes. Chicken. My pet wither, yes. Pig. Sheep. And we could think about later if we want to do the specific types of sheep and whatever, but like not now. Let's do the fish. So cod, salmon, it's 10. Oops. Squid. Do I want to do tropical fish? Because they are a little... You have to go find some very specific biomes then. So like it feels a little bit unfair to have cow and the tropical fish be the same kind of level and worth the same amount of points. So probably not. Llamas are a little bit less common as well. Kind of requires going find mountains or whatever. Is there anything else I should have on this list? Bat, but that's almost a little too annoying. Maybe bat is like the next thing too. Wow. Turtles. Probably a little less common as well. Rabbits. Maybe that's fine. Like it doesn't have to be exactly the same level. So we'll include bat because they can be found in any biome and such. Rabbits are probably common enough to do. Players, nope, don't want to do it. Foxes are also like a little too rare for this. Wolves are also a little rare, I think. Donkey, I don't think I want, but horse is probably okay. Pufferfish. Why did I use the plural? That's a good point. I have no idea. Probably because I just said it then. I don't think I want to add cat and dog in this. They're a little too bound to so like villages. No, I don't think I want to take anything that is like structure bound in this first group. Also, bees are a little more. Should I do bee? Is bee in the same group? I'm not gonna do ocelot in this one. That could be later. I guess I just forgot to This was just a template one that I never filled in. Also, that could be later. I mean, wolf is the same. Donkey is also the same, I think. It's a little too rare to put in the first group. I mean, I feel like if it wasn't on the list of entities in this world, then probably shouldn't have it. And there are all kinds of things like Endermen and zombie villagers and stuff in here that are, I think, a little less common, so I don't want to do it for the first one. Egg, rail. Falling block. Okay. Turtles, though. Turtles kind of require you to go to an ocean shore, though, so... I mean, on the other hand, cods kind of require that too. I don't know. I think maybe we'll stick with this to begin with. Now, the question is how we randomize. I don't necessarily feel like what do you call it? Like the what I did in Chosen, where you get the same sequence every time, like with a custom seed and everything. I don't necessarily think that that's necessary here. Okay, so since this is a good enough list, I'm gonna do that. Well, you know, I'm not that far from... I don't need to go to Alaska, I just need to go up north in Sweden for a permanent sun on the horizon. So I think maybe we'll just do the simple thing and we'll just randomize within the game and use an unstable random. Where do you get glass core from? Like, I guess that was in the intro or something, but why are you asking that now? There might be a command for that. Currently, there's no sun at all in northern Sweden. Depends on how far north you go. No, apparently not. Glass core was a super flat challenge that I played a good while back. Yeah, we're... Okay. It's not a frequent enough question to have a command for, I guess. Okay, so let's make a random thing. Keep picking the wrong thing. I could piggyback on one of these, or two of these. Maybe I'll do that just for efficiency's sake of not having too many entities. So I'm just gonna put a MD R&D tag on. Let's type out random. On two of these, and this is gonna have an additional tag that is MD true. Oh. There you go. So inside of when we create our targets, I'm gonna slap on some additional tags on the first two and reuse them for random number generation. And then we're gonna make a new function. So store a random number in $random on in the state scoreboard, I guess. I studied computer science in ancient times. Common way for an RNG is to summon an entity and use parts of its UUID. What that requires is to summon an entity for every randomize, though. That's horribly inefficient. want to stay away from entities as much as I can. As yet, it'll work though. We'll just use this to generate 31 bits, I guess. Still an uncut seed. Hey, Thomas. David in Belgium, thank you for the follow. So we're gonna set the random in MD, not that one, MD state to 0. Then we're gonna do
Yay.
execute as E type equals area effect cloud. That is not strictly necessary, by the way. I'm adding type equals area effect cloud to speed up the selection because there's no base selection on tag, but there is base selection on type. You building, thank you for the follow. You open up for a silly joke and then Thomas exposes himself to the chat. Exposes himself? That sounded bad. So we're gonna limit this to one entity and we're gonna sort random. So now we're executing this as one of the 2 area effect clouds, and then we can do if entity at s tag equals md true. Actually, what I need to do, okay, function mob dash randomize bit. Because we're gonna reuse this code a bunch. Randomize 1 bit on 2 for random in MD state. So scoreboard players operation for random MD state multiplied by 2, which we need to put in a scoreboard. Maybe we'll put a constant scoreboard.
Yay.
Karen to space. That was a good type. 2 MD const 2. So this is a useful way to represent scores, by the way. In a like constants in a scoreboard is just have a scoreboard called constants, and then you just enter values in there that have the same name as they have value. So that means you can do something like this to have a constant there without being annoyed to bits. So we multiply it by 2 and then we add a bit, we add a 1 if that entity we selected was the true one. So run scoreboard players add for random MD state 1. That's a little command we need to use. And then what we need to do is randomize a whole bunch of bits. So we randomize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bits maybe. So randomize the 16-bit number should be enough for our purposes. It's a really janky platform if it's a platform. Like, you can do a lot of this stuff, but it sure ain't like made for it. So now in new target, we have this part. You should use a linear congruential generator. No, I should not. I definitely should not. You should use something that is better random. Because those are patterned. The one I use in Chosen is a linear shift generator, which is kind of an upgraded version of that. It's a lot more calculations, but it actually randomizes properly. But we were discussing all of this, Miso. That is performance heavy. If I summon mobs or like entities in things, I've done something wrong. If I'm doing that during like random code that doesn't need summoning of entities. Not that it would matter that much in this case, but like I just want to avoid it. This is fine. Killer Crackers, thank you for the follow. Alright, so you need to select one of these. So the maximum one is 15. Okay, we're actually back now to the point where we can implement this new target function. So we have all the basic stuff. So figure out how many choices there are in level X. So that's basically execute if score, not scout, if the level, did I use caps? I use caps. If the level matches 1, run scoreboard players operation dollar max MD state. It's the largest of IE. Why is this not word wrapping? Type equals area effect cloud tag equals MD level 1 MD target. You're my last hope, so please reply. Well, if it's about anything support related, then I'm not. I still don't understand how computers out of anything can produce something truly random. Yeah, they can't. They're called pseudo-random generators because of that. You need to have like actual randomizing hardware in your computer if you want something completely random. That, by the way, is why if you look at old console games and speedruns, they are often, you can often figure out how the randomization works. So like in Zelda, the random is based on the number of drops you had. In Final Fantasy, some of the Final Fantasy games is based off of how many steps you've taken, how many squares you've crossed and stuff like that. So basically, there's a sequence of random numbers that gets increased every time something happens. And while it's seemingly random, the numbers are kind of unconnected. It's always the same. Java uses tick count? No. Java uses a whole, like, enormous amount of different things. Like, there's no single random source in the game. And lots of it is based off of like seeds, like the world seed. Okay, so now we know, after this we know how many targets there are in the current level. Obviously if we have like level 2 here, we'll need to add a second copy of this. Now we can randomize a number. So we do that by running function mob dash randomize, and then we do scoreboard player. Ooh, no, this is fine. Operation. Yeah, this will work. Dollar random MD state modulo $max MD state. So now that gives us a number between 0 and 1 less than the maximum. But we really wanted a number between 1 and the maximum, so we just add 1. There. And now, basically, the target that we have is that target. And there's a bunch of ways to set that, but an easy way is to execute over all of them, and it's going to be fine in this case. So, let's do tag at e type equals area effect cloud, tag equals MD current, maybe. Remove MD current. So remove the current tag from anything you set to current before. And then tag. Can I do this in one command like this? I cannot. Okay. Execute as at e type equals area effect cloud, tag equals MD target. I think for the beginning, because now we need to choose, does level 2 also include level 1? And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that they do include level 1 to begin with. And if that turns out to be silly, then we can change that later. So that in that case means we do this for all targets. Run if score at s MD target equals $random MD state. So for the one that matches, run tag at s add MD current. I should just select it because that's what I usually call them. So I'm totally gonna forget if I don't call it that. Does that mean level 4 also includes 1? Yeah, all the way down from whatever current level you are. Okay, so at this point we should have a selected thing, and then we can display the name of that. Go title at a title. Bring me a shrubbery. Text. Oh, this needs to be this. What do we? How do we present this? New target. Maybe that's fine. Selector. Right. I think. Tag equals MD selected. Okay. And now, finally, scoreboard, players, operation, state, MD state. I really shouldn't use state here. Let's go back all the way to tick game. And so instead of state here, we'll say target. So if the target matches 0, then we run new target. So targets, yeah. So copy the random value into the target value, and then we're done. reload this and see how it breaks. It totally did not work at all. Oh, because I never set target to anything. Because I forgot to change this thing. Hold up. New target, nothing. Oh, wait, what? 29,000? Oh, because max is 0. Oh. I can't tell the difference from an area effect cloud called Creeper and an actual Creeper. Okay, okay, it actually randomized the value properly. That part is good, but for some reason it failed to count these. Why did it do that? Okay, so let's look back here. I think this might need to just does it matter if we let's just run this manually, see what happens. Nothing. Okay, but max is set to 0 though, which is interesting. This might not be possible to have as a tag like this. Level isn't 1. Good. Thank you. Good point. So execute if what am I? Am I in the right view? Yeah, I am. If score double level MD state matches 0, run scoreboard players set or level 1. The state. Okay, so it actually did everything right, just that the level wasn't set. Okay, good. However, now the game state is completely messed up. So I'm going to just scoreboard objectives remove MD state and reload. Horse. Okay, so max is 15. I know you can't see the scoreboard properly. So max is 15, random is 15, and target is 15. So that seems good. And now, if I do scoreboard,
Yay.
Players set $target MD state 0, it should immediately randomize another mob for us. Summon. Bee. Pig. Bat. Bee. Cow. Chicken. Salmon. Cow, sheep, pig. That seems to be doing fine. I don't think I've heard anybody call the $sign anything other than $sign. Okay, so that was good. I'm gonna do one little tiny tweak here, and it is instead of just doing title here, I'm gonna do title and then also tell raw. We possibly want to put some color on this, actually. That might be nice. What color do we put on this? Do we just put display it all in gold or something? We could put the target name in a different color too. Is it too corny to put the target name in red? Oh, we could color code the difficulty, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure I agree, Mighty. Let's say that you get 100 points for killing that wither. and then you get a chicken that you just get 1 point for. Like, that's a balancing issue, but like the team that kills the chicken isn't gonna be, you know, that far off. Yeah, so what we could do is we could put like a subtitle for how many points is worth, or something like that. Pig is pink and Blaze is orange. That's kind of funny. Let's just make this gold for now. And then we're gonna need to color code the actual I broke it? I broke it. Good. Oh. Reload. Squid. Oh right, it calls the entire line then. That is one of the worst features of this text component system. Easily avoided, but still one of the worst. There we go. Okay, so the question then is, do we color code on difficulty or not? How about max points for a mob so you can't spend the entire game breeding and killing chickens? But you don't get to tell which the next mob is that you get to kill. Is that a bug? I don't know if what you can. Is this a quirk of the system? I think for now, I'm just gonna color them red. Might seem silly, but I put that wrong there. Okay, reload. That's gonna be it for now. So that's the thing. Game is gonna like smack that out in your face. It's gonna be like this: new target, creeper. You gotta go kill a creeper. You gotta try to do it faster than any other team. Well, we've been looking at the code all the time. This is what we're at this far. But there's no detection for which mob anybody's killed. So that's the next question, is the question of teams. I feel like this should probably be a team-based competition. Or should we just go people? Like, I feel like teams is so much nicer. And we could set up, we could do the same thing that Chosen does and set up 8 teams. And I feel like 8 individuals is good enough, and 8 teams should be fine. You don't have to use them all. But before we do anything else, I'm actually going to commit this to my Git, so that we have the code safely checked in. So I think I'm gonna do, and that, like, this kind of forces us to make the kind of lobby state eventually, but that's kind of okay. I think I'm gonna do on load. We're also gonna create like the team names pretty much, because we need an entity to represent each team, because we're gonna need to count scores for them and stuff. So that's fine. Lavinia Games, thank you for the follow, and King Audrin, thank you for the follow. So, we'll do the same here. Team instead of target, and then create teams. I'm just gonna, well, for laziness sake, I'm just gonna copy the whole create teams from create targets. Here's what it is now. We don't need the random stuff on this anymore, and don't need this random because that would mess the randomizer up. And then and the team instead of that. Cool. We can keep the scores. That might be useful. Alright. So what game is this? This is a game that's going to ask you to... It's going to throw out a target type of mob for all players, and then you're going to run and kill that mob and you get scored for it. So the first player to kill that mob gets a score, and then immediately the next challenge to kill a new type of random mobs is picked. Alright, so what we want now is team names. So let's say the first team is red. Are you able to do everything in a data pack in command blocks? All the commands are available as, in command blocks as well, but a data pack is not only functions. So like you have loot tables, you have advancements, you have tags, you have all kinds of things. Oh hey, Anna, we're... we need funny names. I think I'm gonna do this. So it would be great if we can name the things based off of the color. I guess lime, is it called lime? I never remember. No, it's like green and dark green, but in the game they're called lime. So it's actually green here. What colors did I use for chosen? I cannot remember. See if I can find out real quick. Set up teams. I don't even know what. Doesn't say here. Because set up teams doesn't actually set up the teams. That's fantastic. Okay, whatever. So what we need is team add. I guess we call it red. And then basically the same as this. Green lime could be the creepers. Yeah, I was thinking to have like the color name in there, but it could be just the creepers. Oh, we can tie it into game elements too. That's kind of nice. So red could be something like redstone reapers.
Pause reminder.
Hey, thank you. I'm really annoyed now that I couldn't find where the teams are graded and chosen. Reset? Yeah. Okay, let's just ignore it. Let's just make up the new thing.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much, Christina Marie. Tier 1 sub for 2 months. That is awesome. Thank you. The purple shulkers is kind of okay, but like the thing I kind of want, like the creepers just like naturally kill stuff, I guess. But kind of what I'm after is I'm trying to figure out like alliterations or something that makes funny references to things in the game. That's kind of where I'm at. This should have a tag to think. So like redstone reapers. I have no idea what to do with creepers. We'll add a team things later, so we'll just add these now. So if we do a yellow one, crafty creepers, that's kind of nice, but like crafty doesn't bring, you know, mob slaughter as a inner image to my eyes. Cuddly creepers. Okay, I'm gonna set up. So that needs to be 3. Which scene are we on? Because I have lost my OBS window. It's gone now. Okay, we're in the right scene. To begin with, red, green, yellow, blue, I suppose. Purple. Six. Is pink a color in these, or is it just like in the game? I think it's pink. It might be light red. Will it be a sign team? Could be. But the name for that is Aqua in here. Like, and the last team is probably be gold, unless I want to have a black team. The problem with the black as a team, like as a team color, is also it tends to like disappear in chat. So blue is Fearless Phantoms. That should have probably be light blue, right? I hate this. Okay. Let's just experiment with this in the game view instead. That's not too bad. Oh no, because the other one's dark blue. God dang it. Okay. Light purple and dark purple. No pink or purple. Wait, there's a light. Ugh, these names. Light purple. Yeah. That. Okay. I'm gonna go with light purple. How does dark purple look?
Yay.
That's not very different. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? When you get muted, you know what that means? That's a warning to, stop doing what you were doing, because otherwise you're gonna get permanent. JG, thank you for the follow. Just use hex values? I don't think you can use hex values on all the places that I need to use it yet. So pink, we said pink does not exist, which means we need to replace pink with something. Yeah. Tetris in Minecraft confirmed. Light red. Well, no, because red is light and the other one is dark red. For some reason, like there's no actual there's no pattern to this. So don't try to don't try to infer things, because it's just gonna make you mad. But aqua is a light blue kind of. And gold is different enough from yellow that still both are kind of okay, I think. Hex codes I don't think are a thing in every place I need them. Also, isn't that 117 change? Because yeah, you can't have team hex colors. That was what I thought. We have light purple. I mean, the only thing I can really think of that would be good here, well, I mean, I have lime, so dark green could be a thing. Is that significantly enough different from that? I don't know, I'd rather not, so I guess we'll just go with black instead. I want to reserve white for like a spectator team. So I don't want to go with white. But you can have a team prefix with a sectional symbol for color. Well, I don't want to mess things up here. Like I don't need hex codes. The color names are fine. Well, I don't know. So what we've done now is we've moved away from the colors and just gone straight on to mobs or concepts, which could be fine. But like, we're no longer talking like redstone reapers for red. Like that could be okay. But then creepers should be getting something else. The Dreadful Drowned is probably aqua. Charged creepers is nice. I think I'm gonna do all of these in indefinite form. What's yellow? Like we have both yellow and gold, so gold could, and gold being more like a darker, more orangey yellow kind of thing, which could be a blaze thing. Poisonous pufferfish. Maybe that's purple. I mean, it depends on if you connect more to pufferfish or to the sort of poison thing. Maybe we'll do pufferfishes, because the team names are in plural. It's green. It's purple. Is that green? Maybe that's green. It's just like so much overlay on it. I don't even know. It's green. Alright then. Somehow I just associate it with purple. Shooting shulkers? Sure. Or should I put the definitive article in front of all of this? Maybe that's nicer. The redstone reapers, the charge creepers, the poisonous pufferfishes. Poisonous pufferfish or poisonous pufferfishes? I cannot remember. I know that there's a difference and that you use plural when you talk about... Is it used plural when you talk about different species of fish, or is it when you talk about different fish but with the same species? Because there's a difference. Fishes is species. Okay, thank you. So it's actually not correct that fish is the only plural of fish. Which is terrible. But that's actually the way it is. After many discussions when talking plural about chosen, we came up with that, or came to that. But in this case, it would be the poisonous pufferfish. Maybe they're all different species of pufferfish. They're all the player. So we have gold and we have black left. So what is this, what's a good Blistering Blazes is kind of nice. The Partering Brutes. Dangerous Dragons. As long as we don't have anything better, I'm gonna go with the Blistering Blazes. And then we only have black left. Which naturally brings here. Well, dragons is... But like, dangerous dragons sounds so corny. I just can't. The Ending Enderman. Blackstone Brutes? I like that. That works. Okay. Nice. Nice. Got like a... this is a drown just popped up with a... holding a shell. Off he goes again. With black color in that name, it would be the emo team. Nice. What is this? Christmas music? No, this is like... Well, it might be a Christmas song too. I don't know. This is like a folk song. It's a New Year song. Oh. Well, you know, still January. It's, you know, Daunting Dragons. No, I like this. We'll go with Blackstone Brutes. Scottish, yeah. Maybe I should move it into my special like special occasions category, but I don't know how many other New Year's songs I'll ever have on a list, so maybe it'll just stay. Surprising amount of people who actually recognized it as such, though. But we blasted through the first pulse reminder there, so we're gonna go to a break before we keep setting this up. So thank you so much for this. If you are not subbed, you might get an ad during the break. Otherwise, it will just be a Be Right Back screen, so you're not missing anything. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, so just go fill up your coffee or get some snacks, and or just, you know, get up and move a bit. That's also kind of useful. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right. So can't remember how I did this in Chosen. Oh, what did I just do? Wow. Hold up. There. That's the right thing. We could match on score or team. I just accidentally like closed the file and suddenly was looking at the icon. Like suddenly like my editor was just this. So we need to set up the teams as well. They need to be named exactly the same thing, and they need to have the colors. So team add red. Their code names are going to be the same as their colors, and then the names are going to be the same, I guess. Oh wait, the names are the names components? Yeah, okay, good. And then team modify red color red. So silly. Alright, we're gonna have to do this for all of them. So give me a second here while we'll just like churn through these. Except it shouldn't be called red when it's green. So maybe call it green. Yellow. The color part of the text component actually work. Not sure. It probably gets overridden by the team color. But I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't really matter. Blue, color blue. British spelled color is more greater than American color. Well, you know, I'll go with whatever is accepted by the parser. Okay, so light purple. This should get called purple, I think. Wait. Screw the parser British. Well, see, I think we'll have an argument with the parser for quite a while here if we try to convince it. Is it bad of me to name the light purple team just purple? Am I gonna fall into some like trap myself basically later on? I don't think I will, but say light purple is pink. Really though? Doesn't really look pink to me. I would expect pink to be more reddish and more pale. Okay, and then the last one, black. Like some brutes, black, black. Looks more like magenta, yeah. I mean, these. That's what I said. Like, don't try to match these color names. Just type in whatever word seems to get you the right result. So now that gives us a bunch of MD team tagged things. So if there are no MD team things, then we create them. That should be okay. So let's try, if I can find the right thing there, to reload this. And now I should have a bunch of armor stands. No, area effect clouds. Type equals area effect cloud. Tag equals MD team. And they should list all of the different ones. Nice. The Redstone Reapers, the Charged Creepers, the Poisonous Pufferfish, the Fearless Phantoms, the Shooting Shulkers, the Blistering Blazes, the Dreadful Drowned. The Blackstone Brutes. That we cannot have black. Black just does not work. I can barely see that it's there. Is it gray or with E or A? Okay, A. Maybe. We'll try it in text, I guess. That's at least legible. I think maybe that works. It's not too bad. And it's kind of a hint enough of black. So we'll just replace the black with dark gray. Do we keep the team name black? I think maybe we do. Color's just a color, man. This needs to be don't know that we need this. Maybe we do, because we kind of want to match. Yeah, we should have a team scoreboard, I think. So just like we have this, we should have a team ID. And then when we create the teams, we should do the same with team, but instead of storing into target, we store into team. Brown brutes. Okay. That should do it. So I'm going to kill AE type equals area effect cloud. Boop. 23 things dead. Scoreboard objective set display sidebar. I can't do that because it doesn't exist yet. Reload. Now we're going to save that list again. So now that's better. And then scoreboard objective set display sidebar MD team. And we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. Cool. No brown color. Yeah, I mean, random selection of some colors with names that don't match, but they're named. That's what you get. Okay. So now we have the team set up. We've got a scoreboard that has values for the teams, which is good. And yeah, that's fine. So now we need to detect when somebody kills something. So I'm gonna skip the lobby part for now. We're just gonna like keep on the game part. This was enough setup to have teams, and then we'll use them to store the team scores for now. So I either need an advancement that registers a kill on a type of mob, and then a function that clears that advancement from everybody and awards the score if that is the selected mob, or I need a whole boatload, or I need a scoreboard per mob type, and then a function that just checks if the currently selected mob type has a score there. I don't know which is more convenient, to be honest. Can't really check in a advancement the score otherwise. Oh no, this would be doable in 1.17, but it's not doable in 1.16. So I think maybe we'll go with the scoreboard method, even though it's a little spammy. both. Scoreboard. Objectives. Add. Kill zombie. Minecraft. No, Minecraft dot. Killed. What is it? Colon. Zombie. Zombie kills. Will score be based from HP? No. Score is based off a wave at the moment. Or level. So this is level 1, meaning that it awards 1 point. This is Visual Studio Code. So you're seeing like a part of the window and overlay on OBS. I guess I need to add all of the ones, so... Maybe actually I don't do that here. Maybe I do that in create targets, and we'll add a scoreboard for each one of these. Maybe not, actually. Changed my mind. It's typical kind of thing you might want to generate afterwards. But okay, we'll just be flipping back and forth between these. And so zombie, skeleton. Creeper, spider, cow. Oh. This might be too long, actually. Might want to just call it like MD zombie and MD skeleton or whatever. Creeper. Spider. Already feeling like it's worth generating these. Creeper, spider, and what is it? Cow? I'm so gonna want to do that. That should be it. So we have a bunch of them. Should I do all of them? Maybe I should do it, but maybe not. Also, if I want to generate these. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take all these. We can cut them and put them in another file. Mob dash on target scoreboards. Maybe in create, if I can spell it. Okay, create all target scoreboards. And then maybe we'll just generate this file eventually. Let's go with that for now. I'm going to try to do basically what I did with Epic Weapons, which is kind of isolate files with content that might get generated. And then later we'll write the script to generate them when we try to just pour in more content to this thing. So then in, where is it? Tick game. Here we need to detect kills. Yeah, this is actually going to be really, really beneficial to generate, because then I don't have to keep all the numbers in my head and everything. So mob dash on detect kill. That's enough, I think. Detect if a target has been killed. So this is going to be a series of execute commands, and they're all going to be very long and all going to look exactly the same, which is why I kind of want that. So execute if score $target MD state matches 1, which is zombie. If as at A scores equals MD zombie equals 1 or more. Alright, so every player who's killed a zombie, that tick essentially is the point here. Runs the command, and actually not that either. So now what we want to do is not add a score for that player, but add a score for the area effect cloud that corresponds to their team. So we want to find the team that matches the team that this player is on, which is going to be their score in the MD team scoreboard matches the score of that armor set. So this is running for all of them, so I might have to do this in a function. Yeah, probably need to do this in a function because I need more than one command. Function run function mob dash award kill. And the reason I need to have this in a separate function is I need to deal with two different entities, and I need to be able to address both of them. And I can only have one at S. Award score reward to the team of at S. So tag at S add MD current, and then we're going to do execute as at E type equals area effect cloud tag equals MD team. If score at S, it auto completed at score. Thanks, thank you, very nice of you. If score MD at S, which is now in this context, we're within the execute statement. This at S is the armor, not the armor set, the area effect cloud that represents the team. So for if that area effect cloud has a team score that matches at A score tag equals MD current, which is the other thing that we had before, the player who came in, MD team. So that indicates oh, this needs to be a single thing, right? Yeah. So that indicates that that is the chosen area of a cloud. And then for that one, we're gonna run scoreboard players add at S. We don't even have a scoreboard. Let's maybe add somewhere to keep track of scores. Scoreboard objectives add MD score. Hey Sergi. Dash scores. Team scores. If we want to display those scores like on the tab list or something, we're gonna need to do more work, because if I try to display them as they are, it's gonna display their UUID. Epic hacking music, yeah. Okay. We're not quite up to 50. At A limit equals 1 is better than at P because at P needs to sort. Well, not really, because at A also sorts. At E doesn't though. It just sorts differently. But like, we're talking at most 8 players. At A does not sort? What, at A's default sort is arbitrary? I thought we only set that for at E. Doesn't matter though. Huh. Anyway. For now, I'm just gonna add 1 to their score. Later, we're gonna calculate something based off of
Yay.
their level, the level of the current target. But for now, we'll just add 1, because that's good enough for now. Catburger, thank you for the follow. Okay, so what this minigame is a kind of combination of Chosen and Mob Hunt or Clash of the Creators, the way it was when I played it on Friday. Basically, it's going to throw you a target type of entity. You got to go kill that mob, and if you do it first, then you get the score for it. So everybody's kind of competing again about racing to kill the target type of mob. So it might be like zombie, you can go kill the zombie. Chicken, go kill a chicken. And as opposed to Chosen, it's gonna like give you new targets immediately. It's not gonna wait to dawn or anything. It's just gonna like immediately when something is killed, score to that team, and then on you go to the next one. So what we need to do here is tag it as remove MD current, because we don't want to leave that in there. So that should have added the score. So in order to at all see what's going on, is there going to be an increasing difficulty like there wasn't Chosen? We were thinking about like staging it in a couple of different levels. And that's what the level we've been talking about is. Basically, you got a little more score for harder mobs to kill, and they show up a little bit later. I'm not even sure about that yet, but I think it makes sense that they are different different scores too. Score display, I think, is still within the limit. Maybe just team scores actually. Scoreboard.
Yay.
Objectives. Set display list. MD score display. Okay. So we are gonna have on the list. We're gonna have the team scores, and then basically what we can do is, I think in tick game, just after detect kill, we're gonna run a function update scores. So, oops. .mc function. What this does is update display scoreboard entities. Unfortunately, there's no real way for us to show the names of an entity on the scoreboard if they're not players. So if we want to show these like as scores, I can't even do that, can I? It needs to be like red. Dang. How should I display this? Should it be like redstone reapers, like this? I don't think I can even have an underscore in there. So D. And that also won't show any color. But maybe that's okay. It's a sad thing that it doesn't display any color, but maybe we'll just have to live with that. Okay, what was the names here again? Create teams. Alright, Redstone Reapers, Church Creepers. Okay, let's just do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do all of this up front, and then we can just deal with the name changes later. Ah, that's good. So the charged creepers needs to be changed to the poisonous pufferfish. MC data packs needs a good for each loop. But there is a good for each loop. It's actually one of the few things it does right, because execute at E is execute as at E is a for each. The problem is like anything that isn't entity bound is really hard. See what? Fearless Phantoms, shooting shulkers. Wow, it's helper. Data pack helper just goes wild whenever I paste something with spaces in it, and it's just like, no, that's not the syntax. Won't accept it. The dreadful drowned. And the Blackstone Brutes. I would have loved to have the colors on the scoreboard, but... So if I reload this now, I've probably forgotten something, it won't work. Okay. So is the list? Oh no. So is the list display restricted to players? What's the render type? Is this heart or integer? I mean, we don't really have another good place to put it. We only have... Oh, that's unfortunate. Then we're gonna have to put the team scores on the sidebar, which is a lot less nice. Now the question is, why do I have a score in the team scoreboard? That I do not know. The minigame is called Mob Dash. Okay, so I keep getting a score somehow in the scoreboard. Not the score display scoreboard, but the scoreboard. Just slightly confusing. We do not have a mob dash command yet. Maybe the game can, you know, actually exist before we add it, I guess. Maybe we should. I don't know. Why do I get a score? That makes no sense. Okay, so detect kill. Then we run a ward kill. Yeah. This adds a 1 to the score, but like I don't. Why does anybody have a score in the scoreboard? What? That just copies from score to score display. There's nothing that ever sets a value in the scoreboard except this. And this adds 1. So how can everything has 0 score? I do not understand. Okay, full on really don't understand. They're both dummy. What in the world? Does it get set to 0 because we're trying to copy it? That might be the case, you know. I no longer have a score in there though, so that's... it's doing what it should, I guess. Do color codes still work in this? I hate them, but I will use them. So if I do this, it does. Oh, I'm totally abusing the heck out of that one then. That was dark red though. Oh. Okay, so green is A. Basically all my games are always free. Pufferfish would be yellow. E. Phantoms is light blue, which is 9, I guess. D for purple. Blazes is... Wait, was Blazes gold? I think it was. And then drowned. The brutes were dark gray, that's 8. Was drowned. Create teams. Aqua. Okay, so reload this. Scoreboard, objectives, non-objectives, players. Reset everything in MD score display. Woohoo! Colors! I hate the way I did it, but the colors work, so yeah. Hey, thank you for the aquas. So I don't know how much you can see of this, but like looking at this, the gray, the dark gray is still a little dark there. I'm not sure it's gonna be that much better if I put gray though. Thank you, Razorblade, for the follow. And Red Hope, thank you for the follow. I missed that, sorry. Okay, well that's good. So that means that we need to entice this game. Well, to begin with, team join red. So I'm now Redstone Reapers, and now we need to scoreboard players set.
Yay.
Dollar target MD state 0 until we get a zombie, because that's the only one I have implemented. Of course. Of course, it's just never. I should just have coded it in, I guess. But I kind of wanted to go the entire normal. Come on. Oh, this is ridiculous. Well, I guess this is a test to make sure that we can actually get the zombie. Should remove some of the other options. Hey!
Yay.
Okay. So let me summon a zombie here and then just kill it. And prediction time. Well, I mean, not channel prediction, but prediction for you in chat. What do you think will happen? Because I know what will happen. But what do you think will happen? What will happen to the scores? Well, I know what I think will happen anyway. And a top tip is that it won't do the right thing. It breaks nothing. Sliced line will be added. Everybody gets 1 point. Nothing. Nobody's made my prediction yet. Let's find out. Okay. Everybody said nothing is right. I was wrong. Let's figure out why it does nothing. Okay, I do have 1 zombie kill. Did I reload? I did reload, right? Yeah. So I do have 1 zombie kill, so that's interesting. Do I even run this method? The detect kill thing? I think I do, right? Tick game, detect kill, update scores. Yeah, okay. So wait, what is, okay, scoreboard, set display sidebar, empty state. Yes, target is 1, So that's so far so good. Run as at A scores equals MD zombie 1. That should be me. It is. Okay, so we should be running this award kill function as me. Oh, I know what your prediction was. It increases for your team every tick. Exactly. Yes. But so the first step is to get there, and then we can fix that problem. So this as at A scores equals, yeah, so this is running as me.
Don't mind me, I just wanna be bit leader lol.
What, really? That puts you as bit leader? Nice. And thank you for the bits. Thank you Bloodwing and Big Bear and for the follows. Okay. So we've added MD current to me, and I am a player. Execute as all of the area effect cloud with the MD team tag. They do all have the MD team tag, right? Create, not targets, create teams. MD team, yes. Okay. If score at S MD team is, oh wait, I haven't set my team score. Derp. So when we join a team, we need to, like, this is lobby functionality, that's why it's not done, but when we join a team, we need to also set the team score. So scoreboard, players, set, slicedlime, MD team 1. Right, yeah, I'm Redstone Reapers. So now, my score is increasing every tick. So I've got 100 points. It's fantastic. I'm so good at this game. Right. So, we need to back out of award kill into detect kill. And then after this, what we need to do is scoreboard, players. I guess we need to reset everybody in MD zombie. That should be okay. And if I run reload now, my team should stop getting points. My teams are 1 index, yeah. So are the targets. The targets, I'm using 0 as no target, so that's why. Okay, so there's one thing left to do here, and that is, given that I have detected a kill and I'm awarding points for it, there's one more thing to do, and that is scoreboard, players, set. Oh, I can't do that. Can I? Yeah, I can. Target, MD, state 0. So if I kill the zombie, we're gonna say, okay, there's no target anymore. Okay, so scoreboard. I'm gonna remove the MD scoreboard and reload, because that's gonna set it back up. We're just gonna reset all the scores to 0. We still have a zombie target though, since before, so I can try it again. And now, oh, actually, let me just enchant myself sharpness 5. Now I believe that if I kill the zombie, I should get 1 point, and we should get a new target. So I'm banking on that this actually works now. You get to tell a different prediction if you want. What do you think, chat? It's gonna work? Oh, my stream display has stopped working. Let me reload this real quick. Stream actually alive? Yeah, stream seems to be alive. It works. I think it will work. Ah, you have faith in me for once. Hey, we got a zombie again, and I got 1 point. Nice. B. Awesome. That sucks though, because since I couldn't. Okay, I really want to test this. Scoreboard object this list. No, not list. Set display list. List. MD score display. Yeah, so you can see what happened, but what happened when I put it as list was nothing. But then when I hit tab, it adds me to the list and adds me to the scoreboard and only shows the list. It only shows the list of players. So it's impossible to put this on the tab list, which sucks. Because that means that we're gonna have to have it here on the right. And the problem with that is like it's on top of or behind the mob display, right? So if I do another target, like the text is right over it. It's even under it, which is even worse. So I don't know what I want to do with scores actually, because that's terrible. Hey, thank you, Java Matrix, for gifting a sub to Night Fighter. Thank you so much. So like I use mods, but like the only thing I have is basically the shaders. So like the whole data pack is pure vanilla. Like the minigame is going to be runnable on a pure vanilla client. Yeah, Octogen, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's like, yay. We'll have the scoreboard, we'll probably put it up after the game ends, but as the game is running, we'll just put like, zombie was killed by the Redstone Reapers, who now have 5 points or whatever. You can store it to all team members if you want it in a list. I guess I could select one team member to be kind of the the captain of the team or something. That might be nice. Well, actually, it's going to show all the team members anyway on the tab list. Yeah, I might do that actually. That might be nicer. Might do both, but this display does not work, I don't think. I don't want it this way. So I'm gonna keep everything I have, but I'm going to, instead of running this, setting this to sidebar, we're gonna do scoreboard objectives. Add and the player scores dummy scores. And then we're gonna set that to list instead. Maybe in the action bar instead of the title? So the thing that Chosen does is it shows it in the action bar all the time. So it will pop up as a full title, and then it will stay as an action bar. Maybe I want to do that here too, because that's actually kind of nice. It's kind of nice to always have your current task as that. I actually kind of like that. But yeah, to begin with, I'm gonna make sure that we get the player scores in there, and we will do that in the update scores method here too. This should be a boss bar, could be a thing too, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The weird thing about a boss bar is the bar, right? I kind of, because it has no progress. Okay, so this should be able to, you should be able to do this in mini title. That is the action bar. I think you're thinking about the action bar. So, do I have a display here somewhere? Should have a display here somewhere. There we go. So if we do title at a, come on, action bar. This. Oh, of course, that's hardly visible because that was the gray one. Let's do it in green. There. So that's the action bar, and that's where jukebox thing pops up, right? Okay. Anyway, let's write this as a massive command. So execute as I think the best thing probably is to execute as all area effect clouds with the tag mob dash team. Oh, that's not gonna work either for the same reason. We'll have to do function mob dash on copy player scores. For the same reason that the other method needed two things addressable at once. So copy team score of at S to all players on team. So that is tag as add MD current, and that's going to go out to tag it as remove MD current at the end of it. So we might as well put that there right now, and then execute as, or maybe I could have done this as, no, I couldn't. Never mind. What did the S in S stand for? Selected or something like that? Like, it doesn't really. Do you even need a team area effect cloud anymore? Yeah, I do. It's the source and the copy. Self, yeah, self was possibly the thing. I guess it's just a symbol. I made it up. it's my construct from the beginning. I think self was the thought behind it. Yeah. Leo developer, thank you for the follow. That was a long time ago. It's so selfish. Okay, execute as at a if score s md team equals at e type equals area effect cloud tag equals md current limit equals 1 md team. So this is basically execute for everybody, but hold on, only execute if their team score matches the current team score that we're doing. You could execute as at a if score and then check against the player who got the kill. That doesn't help here. Like, basically we're saying we want the scores of everybody on my team to get my score. I definitely, and also I want the score of the team to remain even if everybody's left. Hello folks from Ulref, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome raiders into a Minecraft minigame making session. We're making a minigame called Mob Dash, where you get target types of mobs to kill, and then you run off, kill that, and then you get scores. For the first team to kill that type of mob gets the score. That's basically what we're and what we're doing right now is basically score display before scaling this up. Thank you Achille and the Lion. Thank you Anti-Venom LT, and thank you Apple Lulu for the follows. Yikes. That was a tricky one. Thank you so much. Thank you Candy Robots as well. Okay, let me kind of see if I can get this execute command done before I forget where I am in this. So here at this point, we're executing for all players on the correct team, which means we can run scoreboard players operation at S, MD player scores equals at E, this whole thing. MD score. That should be it. Reload. That only updates when... Never mind, that updates every tick. So I actually got my score now. So everybody on my team would have the score 2, and everybody on the other teams would have their scores. I think that's a decent display. It's not kind of what I liked, or what I wanted, but it's decent enough. And then we're also going to do scoreboard objectives set display sidebar to empty. So this is how it's going to look. You're not going to have anything like cluttering the screen, but the score is actually going to show on the tab list, which is, it's nice enough. I would have preferred to have the team names here and only one row per team, but I kind of understand why it does that, because you have the ping there. So like, I guess it has to have one per player, but whatever. It's good enough for now. The thing only works for zombies at the moment, so I guess detect kill. Yeah, basically what we need to do now is in this method we need to copy and paste this 15 times and replace the types of targets. So I do think at the end of the day I will probably be generating this file. Like with the epic weapons, we generated the file by using a small Python script. We'll probably do that here later too. But for now, just to test this out, I'm gonna manually duplicate this all of the times. So that skeleton, I think number 3 was a creeper. Or a creeper, as it was. What type of mob is a creeper? I want to see that mob now. Hey Ulraf, do you want to design me a creeper mob? This is the perfect mob to add next update, man. Spider is number 4. Spider. Then I forgot. So we need to go to create targets and see what they are. So zombie, skeleton, creeper, spider. I got those right. Then it's cow, chicken, pig, sheep, cod. Oh boy, I'm not gonna remember all that. Cow, chicken, wait, pig, sheep, cod. Cod, okay, and then it's Crepier's review your doctoral thesis. Something that makes crepes. Oh, nice. Okay, so what we need to also do is up the numbers here. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then there's one more place to update, which is this skeleton, creeper, spider. Here, cow, chicken, pig, sheep, creeper, cod, and then I believe that salmon was next, because it would make sense to put that after cod, wouldn't it? Okay, we need 5 more. Squid, bee, bat, rabbit, horse. These are totally natural things to say, by the way. Like, just squid, bee, bat, rabbit, horse. Yeah! I'm not insane, you're insane. Squid, bee, bat, rabbit, horse. Okay. Whew. That's done. Reload this. And we should be able to basically play the game now. I think it was B? I think the current target was B. I cannot remember, but we'll kill a B.
Squid be but rabbit horse.
Thank you, Kendo. Thank you also, Java Matrix, for the gifted sub to Olaf. And thank you, McSquiggle Swag, for the follow. Well, if you were asking to send a link, you probably want to kind of include a reason, like what it is you want to send a link to, because like otherwise we have no idea what it is you want to link. Okay, did I not? I never made the rest of the scoreboards, right? There's a bunch of stuff that I avoided making because I didn't want to copy paste stuff. What was that? Create target scoreboards. Yeah, here we are. Oh no. Okay, well, more copy pasting. Cow, pig, sheep, something? Cow, chicken, pig, sheep. Pig. Hey, can I? Like...
Old slicedlime had a data pack AAO.
Oh yes, that one. Thank you for the bits. What did I even say? Sheep. You completely killed my focus there. Rip focus. Then we had cod, which is just one letter of cow. Salmon. Squid. Are we down to that? Yeah. Bee, bat, rabbit, horse. And that's why the bee didn't work. Bee. Bat. 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 I just feel like chances that I've made like a copy paste error here somewhere is just fairly large. That's why I kind of, that's not only just trying to be lazy, why I want to generate these files. Like, imagine doing this but adding all of the mobs in different levels. It's just gonna be so much copy pasting, and I'm gonna make a mistake somewhere. Horse was the last one. At worst, like, it's almost impossible to notice without playtesting extensively if I like miss one of these, and it would say something wrong here. It would just like it would not work when that particular mob is selected. Reload to get all of those scoreboards, and then now I should be able to kill a bee. Well, to be clear, I was able to kill a bee, but yeah. You know. I do have it. I don't have any score in it. But I also... is the target even a bee? I think I might have reset. I don't know what the target is. Okay, hold up. This is a this is a perfect example of why we should have the target on the action bar. Let's just put the target on the action bar all the time. Tick game. Well done. Well, thank you. So I'm gonna take this that basically sets the target in chat, and we copy out into the main tick function, and we're just gonna say, instead of a new target, we're gonna say target and then the thing. So instead of title raw, we're gonna do title at a action bar, and that should do it. So now I've spawned a bee, which is very good. Reload. That's the recipe. Target salmon. That's not a bee. Here, that's your habitat. Look, a salmon in its natural habitat. It was protected by... oh, look, a bee. It was protected by its natural grass. Creeper! Okay. Wait, a salmon isn't a bee? Apparently not. You would have thought. I feel cheated. I was kind of expecting a cave here. The cave with a creeper in it. Hi. Skeleton. Am I getting a score? Yeah, I'm getting a score. 5. 6. Nice. Being told in 3 places seems a bit much. Well, I don't think so, because, like, the big title is a little big. That's maybe the thing. So one thing we could try is in new target here, instead of saying title, we'll do it as a subtitle, and then just do title at a title empty, which will make it slightly lower. But the thing is, the action bar is reminding you what the current target is without having to go like open the chat and look it up. But it's not like it doesn't change. It's static. It's always there. So you might not notice when the target changes otherwise. We might put a sound on it or something, but like the title really shows you that something changed. And the chat provides a history that you can scroll up and see what there was. So like they all have different purposes. Let's reload that now. And now it's a zombie. Is there a zombie around here? Yep. There you go. Now it's smaller. Oh, you can't see it. It's a spider. I don't know. Nice. So that's a little, you know, that's less in your face. I don't know if that's better. The comparison, by the way, is this. I personally like smacking things up as large as possible because players are really unattentive sometimes. But I can see how it gets annoying, especially because the text is so large that it might fall off the screen if it's a long name. I don't know what the longest mob name is, but I think maybe we'll go for subtitle instead of title.
Yay.
I think that's okay. The option is to put the target at, instead of the action bar, to put it as a boss bar. But the thing I don't like about that is it has no progress. Like, it's not... It doesn't have a natural, like, line to go up or down. So I don't know why it would be a boss bar. Zombified Piglin is the longest, you think? Might be. Welcome back, Leloga. How much time do you have to kill the mob chosen? Until somebody else does. Title for new target, sub for the actual target. No, I don't like that. Possibly the opposite, but I don't like it. Elder Guardian has a long name, but not as long as Zombified Piglin or Wither Skeleton. Might be the longest. It's Lando, Purple Guy, and the Rocket Launcher. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, it's multiplayer. There's no I guess you can play it in single player, but this is intended for multiplayer. Like, that's why we have all the teams set up and stuff. Or we don't, but we have the teams. Okay.
Pause reminder.
Hey, thank you. So, we're basically in a state where the core of the game works. We don't have lobby. We don't have scaling, so we only have level 1. But the game itself works.
Yay.
Which is nice. Zombified Pigling and Wandering Trader are the shared longest names. Nice. Lyric Spider, thank you for the follow. You're the target. Elder Guardian is 2 characters less. Nice. Okay, so probably what I should be doing is figuring out some form of lobby system for this. And just like most of my mini games, the intent here is that this is a data pack that you throw into any world. It shouldn't have any setup, it shouldn't have a fixed place. It should just be, you know, a system that starts when you have the data pack, just like Chosen is. Like, it doesn't do anything in your world until you actually click the start game, and then it places a structure, but like, it doesn't require that the thing is in your world. All right, but let's you know, let's be good to ourselves and actually have that break that there was a pause reminder for. Well, yeah, the entrapment is a map. Entrapment is not a challenge, so that is of course very specifically made as a map. But all, like, most of my challenge packs are made to work with any seed. I don't like to ship maps if I'm shipping challenges. T. Yes. Irong the one. Thank you for the follow. But let's do that break. Go get your tea, like Leon said. Go get some snacks. Go fill up your coffee. Go to have a bathroom break. Whatever you need to do. We'll be away for like 2-3 minutes. It'll be a Be Right Back screen, and we will run an ad. So if you're not subbed, you might get an ad, but you'll only miss the Be Right Back screen. So give it a couple of minutes. Go stretch, make tea, whatever, and I'll catch you soon. All right. So at this point, I continue, semicolon. You tapping the right window, Jack? At this point, I think we can't really avoid making the lobby system anymore. I kind of need to do that so you can actually play the game from start. Ellie? Can't you hear? There's some howling going on here. Ellie? Hello? Yes? Yep. Well, see, I am not the cat. I have no idea what you want. I am back, you may resume. Yeah, look at my butt. That's typical cat, isn't it? Okay. So I'm strongly considering just essentially copying the lobby system from Chosen. Because it kind of works. It's not the most fancy, but it kind of does what it needs to. So we're gonna go all the way back out to tick. We're gonna do scoreboard players add dollar state MD state 0. Don't be lazy, innovate. Wait, what do you need in invasion? It's a menu, and there are no real good ways of making menus that aren't like super much work. Like there's some of the map making teams that make amazing menu systems, but they're like made of gazillions of armor stands and stuff. I don't care about it. I just want a functional thing. So we're only gonna take the game if the game is running. So that's gonna be execute if score dollar state MD state matches 1. Well, let's say 1 or more. Well, no, actually, let's say 1. Run function. Bob-tick game. We're going to do the same with score 0, and then in that case, we're going to do tick menu. Tick underscore menu dot MC function. So I now believe that if I would reload here, that target spider is going to disappear. Yep. So now we're in menu mode, and there's no way to get back to game mode, but you know, what can you do? Runs every tick in menu mode. Add a map thought. It's a skyblock map, but after 20 minutes of resource gathering, blocks randomly start to disappear at the timed interval. Of the original blocks or of any block? That's a potentially nice idea, but like, I'm a little worried that you just randomly take the block out from under the player. That likely already exists, to be honest. I'm not sure. Like, there are plenty of ideas that have been made and then have been remade and whatever too, so. But yeah, something like that kind of probably exists, but I don't know if it's exactly like a skyblock map. It does seem fairly punishing, we'll say. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to set up basically a repeating chat output that will output every X seconds, it will output the menu to you, so that if it's scrolled off your chat, then it will come back. And all the options, there should be options for joining or leaving teams, well, joining teams, I suppose. An option to start the game. And I guess winning conditions.
Runs every tick in menu MD_horse.
What is VS Code trying to tell me here? Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I saw Kendo's like horse question mark and I understood nothing of what it was a reference to. So, well, thank you. Disappointing would be more like Skyblock hardcore. Is it more hardcore because blocks disappear though? Like that's not what hardcore mode is about to me. But I guess unless you bent Hermitcraft by HC. Horses run all the time. Menu MD horses. They're the most wild of all horses. Okay, so the core of this is score. How do I do this in Chosen? I think I had a separate tech. We should do that too. So I'm gonna make another scoreboard. Scoreboard. Let's do this. My game states and menu states. Ticks dummy. Mob dash menu ticks. So scoreboard players add at a MD ticks 1. So we have like a scoreboard that just ticks up the menu ticker, and then whenever we reach a certain value, we display the menu and reset. And then anytime you click something, we also display the menu again and reset. What is it? I have no idea what timer I put here in Chosen. Probably want it like every half minute, maybe? So for all players that have a score in MD ticks, let's see. What do we say? So it's 20 is a second. Is half a minute good? Let's try half a minute. Let's do that too. Okay, so I'm gonna do something that might seem a little weird at first, so let's gotta do push menu. And we're gonna make that push menu.mc function. That is going to display a bunch of nothing, then the menu. Basically the point here is to clear the chat, so and then we're gonna have a display menu that actually shows the menu. So the point is to kind of scroll away a little bit of stuff so we don't have menu, then menu, then menu. Which I know some people find annoying, but I find the opposite very annoying, so like, meh. Display the menu. Alright, so. Hello, we're making a minigame. It's called Mob Dash. Right now we're making kind of the menu system for it. So to begin with, let's just like lay out the options. So change teams is definitely one option. And then start game is definitely an option. what else did I say? Win condition. So what can the win condition be? The win condition could either be like time limit or score. So basically first to 20 or like best of 10 minutes. But maybe we do both. So that would be a win condition, whoops, and game length. And then also probably we should have tutorial or help. Time is better for videos, events, etc. Well, yeah, I think you can run with both. Like both is generally a pretty nice thing. So you can set like the first one to 100 score, or whoever has the most score in 20 minutes. So that gives you a chance of somebody being super good and just killing it, but also you have a maximum length, which is pretty nice. So those are the kind of things we need. Then we're gonna have to go back to load because we need another scoreboard, which is scoreboard objectives, add MD action trigger menu action. Basically the difference is a dummy and a trigger scoreboard. Is a trigger scoreboard can be affected by a player directly by running the trigger command, which also means you can run it from a text component by clicking. Good night, Leon. Have a good one. Sweet dreams. I'm just waiting for you to still call something MD5. Nice. Alright, so let's like implement these. I might actually just... Trigger doesn't need op permission. Yeah, no, that's right. That's kind of the purpose. You don't need to... You can run through a trigger command without any permissions. Which we're also gonna need to go into the tick menu method before I forget it. And just do a scoreboard players enable AMD action. This basically says, okay, everybody should be able to run trigger on this scoreboard. So that's how you control the permissions with it, if you will. I might just go copy one of these from Chosen, because honestly. What did I just do? Oh yeah. Actually, Chosen just does one line before the menu. Mob Dash version 5. Well, it's actually strangely related because this is what I have in Chosen, which is welcome to Chosen and then the version. So Mob Dash version 1.0, I guess, by me, which is a quick event to my channel. And that's fine. And then a blank line. So this is how those look. So this game rules, but it would then say tutorial here, I think. So trigger MD action set 1, and then we just do this for all of them. But for now, I'm going to bring back my actual screen. Okay, good. Reload. And function. Oh, it would actually, should actually tell me in half a minute. For me, I'll just do function mob dash display menu anyway. So that's how it's gonna look. So welcome to my Blast version 1.0 by slicedlime. And I can click here for opening a link to my YouTube channel, and the tutorial would trigger the thing. Now this just accidentally happened to. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, it's never clearing the score. It's spamming it every tick. Oops. Display menu needs to reset the score. And I don't want this window in my way. Go away. There. So after we display this, we do scoreboard players set at S0. Kind of the menu. No, ticks. 0. Kind of important. I keep getting that window back now. Reload. Okay, so now if I click the tutorial thing, you'll see it says triggered mob dash menu actions set value to fun. Sadly, it's a little spammy. I am using data pack helper plus, yes. I just keep accidentally switching to my other editor because it's now like there in the tab order.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just do this first, I think. So that's change teams. And that needs to be actions at 2. Oh, and this should be... So the way I have this done in Chosen is instead of like, this cycles the win condition. In this case, it's a score though. It's like a number. I don't know when we'll end. It's we could do another hour or so at least. You gotta set up an entrapment. Well, I do have that kind of setup in entrapment, but entrapment has kind of restricted sets of values. Like I could see a win score here being 20, and I could see a win score being 2,000, right?
Yay.
All right, I see what I did there. Yes, it's displays a, let's see. So it's actually the chosen text is switch teams, which is a lot nicer. See you soon, Lolo. Because it kind of makes it more clear that it's you that is switching team. It's not like you're not setting up the teams. And let me copy this abomination about oh well. So win condition. So this is change mode in Chosen, which is basically win condition and then colon and then something else. But there's a trigger here that should be MD action. Can you see this? I can't put my dang other monitor yet. No, we can't. There we go. So this is the mess I'm talking about. Set 3, I guess. And now this is grabbing mode from the storage and all kinds of stuff. I don't know how to do this. We could cycle, but cycling is kind of terrible. We could make a menu that has like plus and minus or whatever. Or we could make it so that you enable and disable it with a cycle button, and then you type in the score. Just the same as you set the seed in Chosen, actually. That might be a good one. We'll take that one instead. More copy paste. Variation. The display is not a problem. The input is a problem. So, win score limit, maybe? So that has a objective, MD... state, I guess we'll put that in. Say dollar win. That's exactly what that's exactly what this does, Fabian. And it's just called seed in that case. I think we might want to have... Okay. So I'm gonna make a scoreboard. Okay, I need to move this thing window. I just keep getting my other editor window up in front of my OBS window. Thank you, QWERTY Play and X Wacko for the follows. I'm gonna make a scoreboard here that doesn't correspond to my naming standard. Objectives: add win score. Trigger. And that is because that's going to end up on your chat bar when you click this link. So win score. And then we need to also set a win score to begin with. So probably do score down here. Scoreboard players. Add $win MD state 0. So we're gonna use 0 to mean no win state. Like, I think that's reasonable. So that means that I'm gonna have to duplicate this entire line. That's fine. And instead of that, we're gonna do execute if score $win MD state matches 0 run, and then this whole thing, and then we're gonna have the same thing if it matches one more. So that one or more is the normal state, then it's gonna show the number, but if it's 0, then it's gonna show win score limit, and instead of this score here, where does this objective end? There. You say none. But we text instead. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's see. Reload in game. Function. Mob dash. Push menu. Okay, win score limit none. So we click there, it gets trigger win score set, and then we put 100, and it errors. Good. Good. Tick menu. We need to do the same thing for win score. So let's try it again. Reload. Push the menu. Still says none. Click there, put 100. Well, that should also push the menu, but it still says none. Why does it say none? Stay. Because $win is still... Oh, because I haven't reacted. Good God. Come on, Lime. We need to react to the actions too. The menu doesn't just automatically work because I put the text on the screen. Okay, so execute as at a scores equals win score of I guess we'll take anything. Doesn't matter what it is. It's just a score that's set at all. Run set win score. So we have a function that does this, that does a little sanity checking on stuff. So scoreboard players operation $win MD state equals at S win score. Scoreboard players reset at S win score. So now it's gone from that original. So it won't happen again, which is good. Let's set the winning score. And then execute. Well, actually, scoreboard players set. No, I can't do that. Execute if score $win MD state matches something less than 0, basically. I guess we could do that. Then run scoreboard players set $win MD state to 0. So we don't want a value, any value below 0 will count as none. And that should be okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do we're executing asset S. Ooh, wait. Display menu is doing this to, yeah, to somebody in particular. Good. So then function mob dash display menu. So when you click something, we update the state and then you send the menu again. So you get like feedback on stuff, which is kind of nice. So reload the game. Win score limit, I'm gonna set it to 2. Well, I mean, something very much broke. Why is it looping? It's just pushing out the menu over and over now. And I guess that's because it's trying to set this every... Is it not called win score? It's called win score. We're resetting your thing in the win score. What? Execute
Coding
as...
creeper. Sorry, no one said it but me. Winking smiley.
Sends feedback in a feedback loop, just like you wanted. Well... Win score. Oh, it sets it. No, it resets the. I guess this is kind of dangerous because. No, there is no score on the win score. The scoreboard literally is blank. I confuse. Okay, we're gonna do this. Data. This is a useful thing if you get confused by something, by the way. So just disable your own data pack and then you can investigate and turn it back on. So in this case, it considers me to have a score between negative int max and, well, int min and int max. Why does it do that? Because win score is empty. I don't have a score at all in there. It shouldn't match any number. That makes no sense to me. Scoreboard objective. No, wait. It matches no. It matches nobody. That was just my chat output. I'm stupid. So that shouldn't. And if 0 ticks also because it pushed the menu every tick, so it wouldn't get to 600. Entities without scores don't match any value range. No, that's exactly the case. Okay, I'm gonna put a say message in the set win score function and reload and re-enable the pack. Okay. And now, so if I set this to 2, setting win score, setting win score, setting win score. What? Oh. Give me a second here. Got some problems with
Coding creeper. Sorry, no one said it but me.
That's
Winking
not what
smiley.
that's not what I meant to do. No. Display the score. I am displaying the score. Or it was, but it's like. There is no score. I could Teleroid, yeah, sure, but it's gonna scroll off immediately. Ah, I skipped the song. No answer. So, like, if I want to display the score, I have to disable the data pack because the data pack is spamming the chat with lines every tick. So it's just gonna swoosh off the screen. But what I can do is disable the pack. But I have the, like, the score is on my sidebar. The sidebar is blank. It doesn't exist. I don't have a score in it. So I must be doing something incredibly stupid here. Delete the command that reset the score win score. Well, that's the whole thing that makes it work. That's what should make it work. Unless at S is not the correct thing, but then none of this will work. Well, it doesn't work, so we're executing as the player with the score. Set win score. It only exists there. There's no other reference to it. This is very odd. Is it actually? Yeah, it's still broken. Like, I guess the thing I could do... No, I can't really do that. The worst thing is this is such a, like, basic thing. And I've done it, like, 1,000 times. Wait. No. This... That's fine. Scoreboard players reset at S win score. Hello, Royal Canuck. How's it going? Something flashed there. It's like it's getting set every tick or something. But why would it... If I disable mob dash, why wouldn't it show up then? It's literally not there. If I run this thing, this selector that I have in there, this is exactly the same text copy pasted out of the function. It displays nothing. Like it shouldn't be running that function. Does it get affected by enabling? Does it automatically get... Yeah, it gets a 0 by enabling it. Oh god. So if I enable it, I need to reset it first to not have it auto trigger. But I can't do that. Okay. Okay. I think I know what to do here. Well, the problem is I want to detect the absence of a value. I want to separate 0 from that, so I have to be able to detect that the value exists. So the problem here is the game auto sets a score to 0 when you do enable. So this line here is actually the problem, strangely enough. So what we need to do is we need to run that after the set win score, and then we need to immediately do scoreboard players reset at a win score. So we enable it for everybody and then we reset it. Okay. And re-enable mob dash. And then we're gonna reload. And I'm gonna set a dang limit to 100. No, is it hinging on that I have? Does resetting my score in that scoreboard? Oh no. There's literally no way of making a trigger scoreboard that... No, that's not it, Bryson. Literally, this reset of my score in win score seems to also disable my ability to use the trigger scoreboard.
Yay.
So I think the only... Does it get... If I set it to negative max, or like the minimum value, and then do this, potentially should work, but I don't know. It all like seems like it depends on the very details. So now I have a score of negative, like a min int. And then if I try to set 100, setting win score. Okay, good. So that works. That's a sucky workaround, but it works. So I'll take it. Well, there's that abomination. So that happened. And also then we can go into the set score and we can remove this reset because it doesn't do anything anymore. This sucks, but it works. Every programmer ever. The truth in that, yeah. Okay, so now we have a menu where I can set a score limit. If I set it to 0, it goes to none. Actually, I might show you what I did. So I'll set it to 0, it goes to 1. If I set something else, it goes to the value. If I set something negative, it sets none. And if I set 200, it... So I can update the score limit. Good. Okay, now we need to do the same thing, but for the timeline. So back to the menu. I guess what I need is basically this whole thing again. But with instead of win, we want timeout, maybe. I have that at the top of my Corona sheet filling script. I think I missed the reference. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing, but instead of win score limit, we're gonna say time limit, and then we're gonna fill in whatever the time limit is. And then we're gonna follow that. Oh my lord. With I'm trying to figure out where these things. Why doesn't it highlight? Okay, so that's the. So this text is the end, so I presume I can stuff something in here in between. Minutes. This sucks but works. Yeah, that's not uncommon. Or maybe just min. In color. I think I have green, yeah. Or should min? That should maybe be the Okay, and we need to. It needs to not. Well, not be win score here. It needs to be time limit, and then time limit none. That makes sense too. So. On load. Set a timeout as well, and we create another trigger, just time limit. Good night, Anima. Thank you so much. So we have time limit none, but then if I do scoreboard, player set, dollar timeout, MD state, please state. 20, then push the menu, it's gonna say 20 minutes. Now the question is, should this minute be blue? Because it kind of belongs to the number. Should it have a space? It might not. Maybe it shouldn't have a space, and maybe it should be blue. I feel like maybe that's the way to go. So we'll try that. See ya, Han. Oh, that looks horrible. Definitely needs the space. But that looks nicer, I think. So we'll keep it blue. Make it green? Really? I felt like it fit better. It's a unit for the same thing. Okay. Regardless, we need to do the same thing. We need to do this whole blur before that too. So, time limit. Set time limit. Time limit. And then set everybody's time limit to that. Okay. Fun times. And then we need to make the set time limit function, and it's going to be exactly the same as set win score, but with other names. So we're gonna copy paste that to set time limit, and all the setting say we should remove. So timeout state is gonna be that instead of time win and time limit. Timeout, and display the menu. Set the time limit. That should be it. Push the menu, please. So that's 20 minutes, and I can click it. Oh, I can only click the 20. Oh, I can't click minutes. That's rather garbage. Okay, this text component. We're making a data pack. So we're doing neither of those things. So here's the aqua color for that. Is extra. Should be able to dump this in here. Yeah, I believe that will do the right thing. So push the menu, and now we can set the time limit, and if I set it to 0, it turns to none. And if I click 20, it says it's 20 minutes. Can you tell me some data packs you made? I made a map called Entrapment. That's data packs made. I made a game called Chosen. I've made a game called Social Distancing, or 2D Minecraft. I made a half-hearted data pack. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in my GitHub. There's a bunch of others that I'm forgetting. Oh, we should have a link to the pack there. My GitHub has most of them. Build off parkour, yeah, but this old. It's not actually a data pack because it never got converted to a data pack, I think. Maybe it did. And the Epic Weapons is the newest one. It's a 117 pack. Except this one. This is newer. I know I was upgrading Build Off Parkour at one point, but I never got through it, I don't think. I'm not sure. It would be nice. It would be really nice to upgrade with honey blocks now, actually. Anyway, sidetrack. That's done. So we have two things left. We have the start game left, which is nice. That's just a one of these normal links. Start game. In that section, what's the other action? That's 1 and 2, so we need action 3 here. And then we need to react to those. So we need to react to the tutorial and do a tutorial thing. We need to react to the swim teams and display a swim team switcher menu, and then we need to react to start game. Your website gives a 404 when I click the download button for Build Off Parkour. Yikes. Should probably put it on GitHub. Should put all this stuff on GitHub. I regret not putting Triple H on GitHub too. For some reason. I don't know why I just put it up for download on the webpage. But we should fix that, but whatever. Not now. Okay, so well, let's just do them one at a time, I guess. Oh, wait, I forgot one thing in the game. We'll fix that later. Actually, I'm going to ignore the tutorial because it's so boring to set up the tutorial. It's just a bunch of text spam. We'll do the team switching. So, MD action. Where's our menu? Tick menu. So, react to menu action clicks, and then execute as a scores equals MD action equals 1 or 1. Let's do this. Run function mob dash trigger tutorial. That doesn't exist. I will implement it later. It won't break the pack to reference a function that doesn't exist. So then we'll do 2 and 3 and show teams menu. I guess I used display as a word before, so we'll use it again. And start game. Does Chosen have an abort tutorial button? No. Caleb, thank you for the follow. And MDLC, thank you for the follow as well. I missed that, sorry. Abort buttons are kind of hard because the whole tutorial scrolls. So I've never really figured out a good way to do it. But now we need to implement these, and the big thing here is the teams menu, because without that you can't really set up your thing, and the start game is super simple, so like we don't necessarily care about that. Switch teams menu, and I guess I'll just copy paste this from Chosen too, because why not? Wow. You could have a click event on every tutorial chat message and a mouse over that says click to abort tutorial. That's fair. That wouldn't be too bad to do either. So how in the world does this look? It's a dash, join. That's white, and then, okay. Team name in the color. Okay. So we'll so this is trigger MD action set. And we'll do the same thing, use a 100 range for the team switch. It's fair. This is red though, and actually, selector. Area effect cloud. And we could do score equals scores equals team equals 1. We shouldn't need the color because that in itself has a color, and it would be fantastic if that actually works. I'm not at all sure that does. I don't know if I can even type this in game. I can't because it's so long. But we can save it and just run it, I guess. let's try that. Function mob dash. What did I call this? Display. It didn't load. I didn't reload. 4? No, I didn't. That's it. Okay. It worked. Nice. Okay. That is so nice. Because then I don't have to care about all the colors and stuff. So this just simplifies the whole thing quite a lot. So we'll just nuke the rest of that. And copy paste this. And what we need to do is we need to set that number and that number for each one. And then that's all. Which simplifies this a whole bunch. Sadly, because this is in a string, there's no way to not duplicate this for all the lines. That says 51, not 5. So there's a bunch of these things that you can automate and can like just wrap into like commands, but some of these just need to be duplicated and you can't do anything about it, and it makes me sad every time, but what can you do? Alright, how does login game? I should not click that. I just realized that I don't reset this anywhere, so this players all set, I guess. MD MD action 0. So get rid of everybody's action so you don't like oops, sorry. So you don't repeat it. Johnny Mouse, thank you for the follow. Let's take a look. Does this work? Switch teams. Triggered set value 2. Join redstone repeater reapers, not repeaters. Joins the charged creepers, the poisonous pufferfish, the fearless phantoms, shooting shulkers or blistering blazes, and menu scrolls us away, the dreadful round or the blackstone brutes. The redstone code repeaters. Okay, so one thing I've done in Chosen is when you click to switch teams, the menu kind of disables. Also, I have a spectator team. Should maybe have a spectator team here too. What do we call the spectator team? Which doesn't really need a team thing, so we can... Oh god. Instead of the selector with the text. And then color. We might do gray with this. Maybe white. And actually italic, because that's how spectators look. Spectacular spectators, the wistful watchers. I was thinking something watchers too. I think they're called the watchers in Chosen. But it would be nice with an alliteration. What does wistful even mean? Oh, sorry. It's just a massive text components. But basically we need to put a here. We need to put a name in for the team. I like the watchers something. Or it could be something with the the viewing Rexes. Epspifuto? No, wait. I know, I'm sorry, I gave up. I gave up on your name, but thank you for the follow. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I think we will clarify with spectators though. So reload, switch teams. I think that works. And that does set the trigger. Good. So now we just need to react to all of these values, which is 101 to 109. Which should be fine. So we'll do that here. And I think if I think we're just gonna do this 101 to 109, and we're gonna run a function called join team to not have to have all the code right here. I think it might be some shared code here. So we'll see function join a team. Based on value in the action. With the ring watches, add. Oh yeah, you're right. I should say the viewing Vexes. Okay, join team. So sadly, I don't think there's any way of setting your team from program. You have to kind of have a specific team-based thing. So the best we can do is scoreboard players. At S, MD team, please, equals at S. MD action. Scoreboard players off. Remove actually is fine. At S MD team 100. So that gives you score 1 if you had 101. And then we need sadly execute if score at S MD team matches 1. Run team join red at S, and we just need 8 of these, 9 of these actually. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need a team too. I never set up a team for it. Create teams somewhere. Create teams. It doesn't need a an area for cloud, but it needs a team. Add gray, the viewing Vexes, just gray. That should be it. And then in join team, we just need the colors to be right here. So red, green, yellow. I think. Oh, this is a mess. Yeah. Blue, light purple, gold, aqua, dark gray. Blue, light purple. No. Dark gray was... And then the last one is gray. Dark gray was 8. No, Blackstone Brutes is 8. Yeah, that's dark gray. Aqua gold. I missed gold. Okay, so it's light purple, gold, aqua. Light purple, gold, aqua, dark gray. Nice. Okay, so that works. And then we should print something. So, well, I guess it prints it. No, it doesn't print out anything by default, right? So you have to print it out yourself. What's that? Does it tell you? Actually, let's just try it. See what happens right now. I think it might tell you as a response to the command. I'm not sure. So, switch teams. No. But I am now green, so it did join. So we're going to definitely set that up here. So tell raw a with a whole bunch of stuff. I am not sure that S actually will work in this situation. There's a weird, like, this will be evaluated under different contexts, which is a little annoying. So we might have to do this tag at S, add. Oh yeah, I remember now. You have to get it to have the right colors, you need to do this like outside of the team too. S will work in that context? Oh nice. I guess it will fix them. So that's, and I guess I shouldn't need the color there, but I think I will, because I think it will display the old color. I'm not quite sure. So anyway, we'll do that. Has joined, and then the team name. We don't need to complicate it more than that. And this is going to be another selector. Can I do that? No. Dang. Okay, no. I need two things here again. So execute as at e type equals serif cloud tag equals empty team if score at s. No, that doesn't work. Tag at s add MD current. So we need one of these again to identify which area effect cloud is the correct one for the team. It might not exist in this case. That's a little bit of a problem. Oof. Hello, Daniel. Good to provide some entertainment while doing chores. Okay, that's actually a good reason to have the data, the armor, the area effect cloud. So I'm thinking I'm actually going to create it for, even though it's a viewing thing, it will never have a score that way, really. Oh, no, well, no, that's fine. That's fine. So that will be 9. the VMXs. This name should actually be italic. True. Nine. Okay, good. Back to join team. This should now work. So we don't have to bother about stuff. And now this can be at A. Tag equals MD current. Actually at P. And then this can be at S. And that should color and everything. It should be fantastic. It'll all be great. Never seen such a fantastic team switch. Let's see how this glitches out. Oh, that's actually showing the correct. That isn't. Oh, because... Okay, I know why. Because it hasn't actually created this area effect cloud, so I don't actually need one of these in here now. I can actually remove the special case I did and just put another one in, because now there is an area effect cloud for number 9. So we'll just do that and it should work. I need to reload this. I need to kill E type equals area effect cloud. Get rid of them all. Reload. That should reset everything to the start. And then we should be able to switch teams. And now that should also work. Yeah, now you've joined the VMXs. That doesn't say spectators anymore, which is a little sad, I guess. So what are we doing since I just joined? So this is a new minigame that I'm working on called Mob Dash. The point is, you get thrown a task to go kill a certain type of mob, and the first team that does that will get the point, and then as soon as you've done that, a new one triggers. So basically, we'll start the game, it goes like zombie, and you go rush off to find a zombie, and you kill it, and it goes like chicken, and then you, yeah. So that's the basic game loop. And that, okay, so that's good. Why am I white? Oh, because I joined the spectator team. Durr. Now I'm blue. It currently only has like some basic mobs. The idea is down the line, it's supposed to have levels. So when you begin, you get kind of the simple mobs, but then over time you can start getting more and more difficult mobs that probably are worth more points. But currently it's just one level, and I think that might be the way we play it for the first time, but that's probably not going to be today, because like a lot of people are going to bed, I also will need to go to bed pretty soon. I do, however, want to finish implementing a basically start game at this point, because that's kind of what remains to get to testable state. So in tick menu, that's called just start game. We're going to implement that function. Oh, one more thing I wanted to do was when you click display teams, we should disable so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to scoreboard players set as MD ticks to like negative 10,000 or something. Maybe that's a little much. So maybe set it to negative a minute. So you have 1.5 minutes here to 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes after you click that, it will display the menu again. If you haven't decided a team by then, you probably didn't want to decide a team. But it at least won't flush your team selection with the menu again. So then in But then when you do select a team, it probably should show join team. Then it probably should show the menu again. Function mob dash display menu. In this case, it's just going to display, not push. So we don't want the other stuff scrolling off. Okay, start game. That's the thing that might be nice to be able to do. Alright. Start the game. Yay! Okay, so this needs to do a bunch of things. I need to put everybody in the right game modes. It needs to set the game up to start the thing. It needs to select a first target. Oh, we should probably do another bunch of things. Actually, I just realized basically the idea is we need to do a bunch of stuff during the intro that this is supposed to undo. Yeah, Twitch, like any online streaming services that actually had multiple audio channels would be fantastic. Okay, let's see. Try to find this in Chosen to basically copy exactly what it is, because it was like honed in over quite a bit of time. Setup loop. Alright, what does it do? Okay, so that goes in this case in tick menu. I've done a garbage job of actually documenting this thing. Basically, keep the game stalled until starting is the thing. So, turn off the daylight cycle, turn off the weather cycle, turn off mob spawning. Times at noon. And world border. Bunch of, oh, there's the team setup that I was looking for before. Oh well. So set up world border. Ooh. Okay, yeah. We're setting the world border to 100, so just like smash it in there. We set everybody to adventure mode unless they're called me. Like, why do you ask questions that are so easily answered? I think that might be it. Surprised that I don't have more in here, actually. Well, you can run around and basically take damage and whatever if you want, I suppose. This is a little silly, but you can. Okay, so we'll leave it at that, but that means that all of these things need to be undone when we start the game. So we need to set the time at dawn, we need to turn all these game rules on, and we need to turn the game world border off. And that's exactly what Chosen already does. So oh, it says the command block output false. That's an interesting one. I might want to do that actually. Okay, so start game. We're gonna undo all of those. We're gonna time set day. I think is good point. we're gonna do basically that. Actually, kind of nice to have Watchers be the name of the team, but in our case, it was called Gray. I might just undo that actually. We'll call it Gray. It's fine. Just rename it everywhere later. So you get health, you get saturation, you get resistance a little bit, and then clear your inventory. In that case, and for chosen, give you a compass. It doesn't matter here. Survival mode if you're not on the spectator team. Otherwise, spectator mode. Get rid of the world border. He's a parrot? Yeah, it's fantastic. And then we need to do one more thing, I think, which is scoreboard players set dollar MD dollar state MD state 1, which is basically starting the game. And I think everything else should basically kick in from that. And then there's the question of another thing which I forgot before that we should do, which is we should display the score for the team when you get a kill. But we can add that later. Okay, reload this. Take a look at the game. There we go. We got the world border, so everything seems to be working fine. Team limits and stuff are there. I can set myself to the shooting shulkers and then start the game. And then we get a target that is nothing. Yeah, great. Oh, That didn't quite work. What's the target? Scoreboard vector set display sidebar MD state. Target is 4. 4 is a thing? He's confused. So we do have zombie, skeleton, creeper. What is 4? 4 is spider. Why does it not? Why didn't? Oh, because it was already set. Probably it was set from before. So like, I think we'll just do this. We'll just go and like set target to 0. When we start, just to like reset it manually. I am using Visual Studio Code. Actually, we're gonna do this too. Scoreboard players set E type equals area effect cloud, tag equals MD team. MD score 0. So we just nuke all the scores when we start the game because that just makes sense. Now I want to get back into menu mode. Scoreboard players set dollar state MD state 0. Yeah, okay, good. So that goes back into menu mode.
Pause reminder.
Thank you. We're not going to continue much longer though. Ninja, thank you for the follow. Menu, please. Should be showing me the menu. I guess it takes up to half a minute. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now if I just start game, new target sheep. Awesome.
Sleep reminder.
Thanks. And I ended up in survival mode, which is good. So now we're actually playing the game properly. Okay, good. Good. So now, well, I guess it doesn't matter that runs in the background. Let's look at that. Well, actually, I'm just gonna check this in because this is the fully fully functional or mostly functional, whatever you want to call it, working menu without tutorial. But the rest works, which is good. Not that like the limit. No, we're not going to play this today. It's almost 1 a.m. here. The limits, the time limit and the score limit do not work, but that's fine. That's another thing to just work on. It's like award kill. That's what we should be looking at. So here we've added a score. I guess I really don't like doing this. No, so I shouldn't. So we'll do this instead. Function increase score. Hello, Puzzle. Increase score, the MC function. This thing needs to run what it did before. Score of team at S. So that does that, but then it also does tell raw at A. Target killed by, and then the target, the team name, which is a selector, which is at S. So I don't think we would care about like what player did it. We'll do the team name. Or should I put the target, the player name there? Like it's a team that gets the score. This is Minecraft function language. I think we'll go with this, the team. Now at. And then the points, which is, oh god, how did you... It's like score, and then the objective, which is MD score. And what is it? It's name? Name. Which is at S. And then back out all the way. Text. Space points. Okay. I think maybe the points should be some other color. Green, maybe? Put the score in green. Does that make sense? I don't... yeah. We'll do that. Reload. I guess I better go, you know, actually kill a sheep now. The totally legit way of doing that is to /give myself a diamond axe and then /enchant that with sharpness 5 and then /summon sheep. Sorry, buddy. New target, another sheep. Target killed by the shooting shulkers, now at 1 point. You get extra slicedlime rage if you point out that plurals problem. Now 2 points. Creepers. Creeper. Alright, cool. So that seems to be working. Scored. No. Summon Creeper. Okay then. That wasn't enough to kill him. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Here. Oh. There we go. Oh boy. Okay. Well, it works. That's good. This is all good. And why am I blue? Why am I blue? What did I join? I joined the shooting shulkers, but I'm blue, as if I was on the fearless phantoms.
Yay.
What can I even team? Can I even see what team I'm on? I guess I can team message. Hi. Yeah, I'm on the fearless phantoms. The fearless phantoms has the wrong color. No, wait. I'm this. Oh, it's saying the wrong. Never mind. It doesn't work.
Hi, I'm Brian the TTS guy. I'm here to take the slicedlime rage onto me to protect the rest of chat. You still need to handle plurals.
No, it's fine. Just leave it.
See? Should just leave it. The ID is correct, the team is wrong? What did I... So... I clicked to join the shooting shulkers. Is that it? Because the shooting shulkers is...
I did not say that. My voice was stolen. Help. Shush, or it's the basement for you. I mean me.
Okay, so obviously something is wrong with the team setup, so we're gonna back out all the way. Corporate players set MD state, it's this state dollar state even. State to 0 puts us back into menu mode. Doesn't affect my game mode because of me. So that's fine. Function mob dash push menu to get the menu back up. Switch teams. So if I join the shooting shulker, that doesn't look right. So it looks like if I try to join the shooting shulkers, I join the wrong team. Well, this is why copy paste makes bugs. Join team. I guess it could be wrong in the display. I wouldn't be though. So what am I doing? I'm joining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm clicking 5, and that's joining me in on the Fearless Phantoms. So it's joining me on team 4. And it's set value to 105, so it's setting the correct value. This should be this, which should be joining light purple. So my ID is correct. I'm joining light purple, but I'm ending up with the Fearless Phantoms. Which should definitely be 4. What is going on? Okay, join. Oh, because it's not called light purple, it's called purple. That's. I thought that would get me, and it got me. Oh, I even knew it. Okay, now it should work. So, switch teams to charge creepers. Okay, switch teams to the shooting shulkers. I'm now on the right team. Well, lucky
Yay.
like saw that. This is only that team that was wrong, and just happened to see it because I tested with that team in particular. Okay. Now the question is, would you want this game to be resettable? Like Chosen, I kind of feel like you spend the world when you do it, and you would probably like to reset the world and just start over, right? Not Sana, thank you for the follow. Thank you everybody for the bits there. Sabrina Grosshands, thank you for the follow. That would be useful for servers. With it though, like you'll get more and more destroyed world with more and more of the... I think maybe we'll wait for that. So what's left is tutorial and win condition and timeout, basically. Servers can save this drain. Yeah, well, you can turn on a setting in the extension that puts red squiggle lines when you try to reference a team that wasn't defined. That would not be too bad, I think. Do you have any idea what it's called? Guess it's something that is off. Lint block states. Choose the lint team something. Name of tags? Name of teams. Enforce a consistent team naming convention? That's not quite the same. Strict team. No, that wasn't the one. No, I don't want to save that. Stop. List checks. It's a lot of stuff. Selector, comma, spacing. I guess it would be under all this strict entity, strict item, strict mob, strict predicate, strict team check. Huh. Null? Is it supposed to be true then? It's supposed to be... Error, true. That is less than user friendly. Let's just say that. Well, thank you. So then it would have looked like this. Oh, actually, it says that on dark gray too. Nice. Thanks. We fixed another bug by putting in the wrong word. Can you do the same for scoreboard objectives? That wouldn't be too bad. Might look into more of the settings on this thing later. But it is 1 AM, so I think I'm gonna have to call it quits there. We won't have time for a playtest today anyway, so next time we'll probably just wrap up the tutorial, the win condition, and the time limit. Do playtest and then maybe start working on like adding the second levels. But I think this was pretty cool. I'm super excited about trying this out when we get there. So I think it will be super fun.
Yay.
Dumb and Dumber 4. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so that's going to be it for today. We're going to go find somebody to throw all our lovely support to. If I can type properly, it would help. Let us see. Let us see what's going on. That is strange. I don't think I'll be pushing this to GitHub right now. Not until it's like in a working state. And we've playtested it and stuff. I'd rather, you know, do the first playtests on stream rather than have people download it. But yeah. Alright, let's do it. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been awesome. Thank you for all the suggestions and everything. Next stream is going to be Saturday on Legacy. Take care, everybody.